I wish I could turn off the Twitch chat in Restream. Doesn't seem to be an option for that. No, whatever. Maybe filter. Nope, can't filter Twitch. Can't filter Twitch. Oh. Damn, I don't know what to call it. I know exactly. The thing hurts. My thing hurts. Here's the dong. Here's the leg. This hurts right here. So is that running? And I'm not used to it. And where's the thing? Here's the thing. I have to add this to my phone before it runs out of battery, but my Battle.net authenticator still works. And I had that one years before I got this one. So I'm not too worried about that. Little Q. lag! Let's... Let's start off with the leveling roulette. We don't actually need to level for, like, super long, but we can do it anyway. We can get to 51 at least. Can we activate this while we are in that thing? Part 5? Yep. Yep. There we go. I'm just gonna do the one roulette. Like, now we can do the 50-60 roulette too. And the trials and whatnot, but we are not that desperate for XP right now. It doesn't really matter. Come on, man. Big stupid frog. Oh, we're level 49 here? That's so sad. I don't get to use Circle of Scorn. That means fucking... those we don't need to give. Cat girl. Oh, I looked away for like 1 second. I got hit by it. Does Paladin not get a leap? I'm not sure they do. Crash! Everyone already has like 40 of those marble seedlings, including myself. Kill him faster! Faster! Die, 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 die. Kill him. I bring my hands. You ready, Knut? One moment, said Catgirl EGF. We'll give you one moment. That's a boy. There's no way any girl would name themselves Cat Girl Igia. I'm pretty sure you can stun this guy. So when he does the big AoE, I should be able to stun that. There's no way that using the damage over time AoE as a ninja is worth it here. No, a single target. No way. Can't believe that. Here though, like this is where he should use the skill. So where is it? He's single targeting here. It's not difficult. 3 targets plus is AoE. 2 targets and less. You don't AoE. It's very simple. Very, very simple stuff. I think this is the last pack. I never remember. Here, for example, I doubt that it's worth using this. It's so weird. Like, he uses the AoE stuff, single target, but not AoE. I know it's not the last one. Still more stuff here. Like the seedlings, I shouldn't have to pick them up, really. For the DPS, that should just be a couple of AoEs. But, whatever. It's a Vega. Needs 1.5mm pads, not 2mm. I'm surprised it matters, like, with that they're too thick. How is it affected by that? Does it make it like too wide somewhere else? Since they're there? Yeah. Well, now you know. Yeah. Are the pads a lot more expensive than just normal paste? Is it? It's a little bit more specialized. Paste is like free. Unless maybe you want some special paste. I hate this group, but hey, at least we got through. Oh, they weren't that bad. Could have been a lot worse. Healer gets the thing. Aurum Sabatons. Are these new? No. Are you watching the restream chat? Yeah. Yeah, the restream chat is slower. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to move it over to having the Twitch and the YouTube chat. But for YouTube, like I said, I have to go and grab the link to the chat and add that manually every single time. But the Twitch is still fine by a restream. Maybe Restream just has shitty connection to Twitch's chat. So, Restream is causing a lot of issues there. Or something. Yeah, but that's still... It's not the same link. So I still have to grab more links. And then I have to go to Twitch and set things up properly, because Restream doesn't have proper settings for anything. I hate using Restream. Where are we going? Yeah, exactly. Cashew, it pleases me to see you well. Do excuse me for interrupting, Cashew. My lady, the gentleman from Ashgana Exports has just left. Yeah, I understand now why you didn't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this morning. Thank you, my lady. Ever since we defeated Gaius van Belsar and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scarce remembering to blink. Where once we worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer us his complete support. A true embarrassment of riches. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavor to engage us more subtly. Dress it how they will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman Tataru spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interest of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet, if accepting these offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Our Baldesian colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we cannot expect them to. Forgive me, I did not mean to burden you so. It's cool. Yet, my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you to consult the others? They are like to have their own opinions on this matter. Yuki dookie. How much more coffee is in there? Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power is beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions would commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at a crossroads, Cashew. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. Recall you our meeting with the Admiral, shortly after the Laminsons sent word of the summoning of Titan. Then mayhap you may also recall my words to our host. I said unto Merlwyb that her people had broken their treaty with the kobolds, and that the beastmen had justly responded, that we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke, in short, the truth. And wherefore did I speak it? Because owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Laminsons to distort the facts to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Upon this subject, Minfilia can expect a similar reply. Our many dalliances with the city-states have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. I have been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papalimo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know? That doesn't help at all.
None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but it comes at the cost of our principles, ? Neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've lost count of the times I've had to explain to people that allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our fealty to Ul'dah now, and have done with it. I'm quite sure Ida would enjoy the bribes.
Thank you, Papalimo. 'Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid with one hand, whilst the other resteth ever on their hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners' machinations, nay, not while the beast tribes do labor unseen, defiant in defeat, to raise up their fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. This sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few, and our fortune so finite. This situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have given much thought to our organization's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion. Mayhap it is time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Cashew. Alphino, Cashew, is aught amiss? You desired counsel, and so you shall have it. Minfilia, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn must leave Ul'dah.
We must do what?
So long as we remain within Ul'dah territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for them. Surely you realize they are the only reason Vesper Bay still lacks an aetherite. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause. which is why it and other favors will be denied us unless we cooperate. If Ul'dah is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length, and plant our banner in a place which all agree to be beyond their borders. More Dona. Revenant's Toll, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers, who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ul'dah and her people over the years. But I truly believe this to be the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through years of concerted effort. Ul'dah is our home, Alphinaud. To cast aside everything we have built and start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, Antecedent. I ask only that you recall the shared purpose which first moved us to found the Science of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the Path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. We are as much your family as... That will be all, Alphinaud. I am sure you have some familial affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no, I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. Could not very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all.
Leave Ul'dah. Has it truly come to this?
Oh, Cashew, pray attend to Alphinaud. He is engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance. Pray be on your way. Alphinaud waits upon you, and I have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time.
Wow.
Going to be hard not to say things, I'm sure. They're gonna be like, you're our best employee. Too bad to let you go. What did you say? If they are going to do anything, like what's the deadline? I don't remember what you said. Was it in November sometime? Pass it. Okay. So what? Alright. Maybe that's your entire future, just working from home. For them. Yeah, it's terrible. Actually, can you go back to YouTube and type something? Actually, I'm just a little bit interested. Yeah, it's a little bit slower on Restream, but it's only like half a second. Test us 2 on the same both. Yeah, there. Test 2. Test 2. Test 2. Now the test 2 on YouTube appeared faster on Restream than it did on YouTube. Ow. I can see the DDDs now, at least. Very important to acknowledge the DDDs. Confound it. She knows what must be done, and still she hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumors. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adopted mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Flamin was her name, though you may know her better as the songstress of Ul'dah. She was a performer of singular talent, and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Charlene Minstrel. Who? As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Minfilia too struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Flamin's absence stretched from months into years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate. For whatever reasons, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Flamin is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Ilud, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress's description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth to La Nocia at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gegeruju as to the veracity of these rumors. Okie doke. Costa del Sol. I just want to eat enchiladas. Yeah, bro, play that guitar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's before you do Titan. They force you to run around like 400 years. Like 3 hours. To gather ingredients. And then they're like, this beast is for you! And then they just send you off to Titan. I like that game. I don't. I tried playing it, but I don't like Dragon Quest. I can't get into it. Okay. Ah, oh sweet siren of the sands, my Mikote muse, why have you forsaken me? Titan's Bane, I mean, Cashew, what brings you to my humble resort? Famine? Do you mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until so very recently was the songstress of Ul'dah? A god's man. If I had known that, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her leave. Oh, for shame. To think that she now plies her trade for the riffraff off to the west or wherever she was going. It's a tragedy, I say. A tragedy. West, is it? Thank you, Master Gegerujo. Your information will serve us well. That said, there are any number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks and see if any witnesses might have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same. Chained, yeah, that's what it said. Chained to a bedpost. He was absolutely going to grape her. Hello, anyone home? Well, if it isn't Cashew, the savior of Wineport, what do we owe the pleasure? Ah yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold. Give the woman her due, but her perfume was so ghastly, I had no choice but to eject her from the premises, interfering with tastings, you understand. I love this guy, I don't know. If she is your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a mile away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. Now, come on. Eh? You want to know if I've seen a Mikote lass by the name of Flam? I wish. I haven't seen a lass of any description for far too bloody long. True, mate. True. Sniff! Sniff! I see you have had many great adventures. Grand adventures since we last spoke, Cashew. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a while ago? One does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom, native to these parts, in fact. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south into Raincatcher Gully, and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers which grow in the shade of the cliff have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Okie doke. Here's where you become a ninja. The ninjas live here. There. Byakubu. Oh no! I am in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Gubu's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make a perfume, you see, and Flamin? I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you have already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Ul'dah, I presume? Minfilia, or should I say Acelia, is looking for you. Acelia? You are the very picture of health, milady, yet the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude that this was by design. The question is why? Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia, when the time is right. Oh, well, that does please me, more than you know. But tell me, sojourns in the forest of La Nocia aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I traveled all this way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers to use in a perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we all have that which we came for, may we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineports, eh? Let's go and talk to our G-MILF. This is not at all how I had envisioned it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. You say my daughter awaits us in Vesper Bay, yes? I have kept her waiting long enough. Let us be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands. No shit, teleport! Why don't they do that more often? Antecedent, you have a guest. Lemon! Acelia.
I haven't seen her like this in years, Cashew. I I never truly believed it when they told me you were dead. But what kept you away for so long? The Imperials came for me, as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest their pursuit of me endangered you and our cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And continue it you did, achieving things I would not have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated in secret. I am so proud of you, Asilia. I learn from the best. I have a gift for you. Silsetia perfume! You remembered. How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If I ever lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone to so much trouble. It was no trouble to me, darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Cashew, however. I could not have made it without him. Of course. Thank you, Cashew. Thank you both. There's something else. This is the cat's eye I found. All these years you kept it. What? What's a cat's eye? My father was a member of the Alamegan resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Ul'dah. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamin who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. I am no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I have failed to grasp their implications. It is clear that there is much I do not know, about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerned mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lamin as a gift. She said it was beautiful. But there I am at a loss. Why are you returning it? Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss? No, Asilia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come, and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped. You have succeeded where I failed, and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and of that what it may entail. Asilia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and the Scions must leave Ul'dah. Lamin! You built it once, Asilia, you can build it again. And this time we'll do it together. Truly? Hot? Which one? The Gmilf? Alfred, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll, as you proposed. Is it your GPU that's hot, maybe? Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students of Baldesian. I think that's how they pronounce it, Baldesian. Preparations begin at once.
It is all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there is so much to be done, and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild representatives there. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original camp Reverend's Toll would have never been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. However, with construction still ongoing, the resources in short supply, it seems certain that the Guild will require something in return for their support, sympathetic to our cause though they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Antecedent. Really, Alphino, if I need concern myself with anything, it is surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps, I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted. And here I am. Nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll. Why you wagging tail? I don't know, I'm a little bit annoyed. As cats are wont to be. It is an honor, Antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Know that my associates at Revenant's Toll hold the signs of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honored to welcome your organization. Do cat people poop in a box? Probably. Where else would we poop? Where do you poop? There are, of course, certain provisions which must needs be negotiated. If it pleases you, I would do so. It does. Sir, unless I am much mistaken, you are the one known as Cashew, are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Slaffborn spoke of you in the most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate a Garlean castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate, and fewer still survive. Shortly have affected my litter. Now you have to poop in water. Some kind of barbarian. You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Toll. We hope you will favor us with your presence again ere long. God, me too. I also wish that. Well, well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Cashew. Perhaps I should dispatch you to Revenant's Toll with all haste, as first intended. But before they, I dare say you have earned yourself a rest. After all, you have traveled so far, and there is already so much you have done for us, and for me. We will speak again anon. Till then, take care. Ah, Cashew. Were you able to get some rest? It's been like 30 seconds. I would ask you to come with me to the Solar. Alphino has just returned, and it would seem there is something he would share with us. You're here. Good. I come bearing news. Her outfit is retarded. It is... It's only horny, that's what it is. negotiations are concluded. And our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and development of Revenant's Toll. The Science of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I cannot deny that I had come to look forward to Tataru's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands. From the waking sands to the rising stones, passably poetic. I mean, I guess. That wasn't your doing, was it? I too have news to share, in expectation of this momentous day. I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they have each pledged their full support, General Raban included. Moreover, I have decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our Order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world. Are you sure that is wise, Antecedent? If anything, it is a mere formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst kept secret in Eorzea. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the Science of the Seventh Dawn stand for. Well,
obvious risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition.
And the people have a right to know who saved them. It is my hope that this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes, but in so doing I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one, and at once to all. And what of us? We who have felled primals and faced down the Empire. To you, my fellow Scions, I would say this. Prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed. Great, I say, yet no greater than us, and we will rise to them, as we have time and time again, united as one. There must be some way I can... Wait, that area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask Flamin to teach me the basics of mining, too. I think they nerfed the Tataru segment. And some people were sad that they removed Tataru Goes mining. I really don't care, because the Tataru segment was dog shit. You know. To each their own. Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alphino, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild, mere moments after I had expressed the needs to forge ties between our organizations. Truly, his sense of timing rivals even your own. Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slackborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care on the road and represent us well, can't you? Mining potatoes sound cute though? I mean, I guess, but... Side quest, main quest. No. Feels bad, man. And it's always gonna pump after you sell. You always have to assume that it's gonna pump after you sell. And then that one time that you convince yourself that, nah, I'm sure it'll pump, then it's gonna fall like 50%. One second. Yeah, it's like playing a gacha game, except you make money. I was told to expect a scion, but I didn't expect it to be you. It has been far too long, Catcher. You have something for me, yes? Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? Would that we had a dozen more like you. Since we don't, though, we'll just give you the work of a dozen men. I just. Men are supposed to be ugly, dude. Pretty men is, it's a psyop. Back to do the work of a dozen men, I see. Ha, but I jest. Even I can appreciate that an important man such as yourself has a little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhaps you'd be keen on having a look around the Scion's new home. See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had about the realm. It may get a bit raucous at times, but I imagine it'll be as good a place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me. I'll show you around. Yes, I am a scion. Is that you, Kashi? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I have most urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gridania, and it would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste. Is everything quite all right, friend? I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear that this is no time for a leisurely tour. But no worries, you can rest assured that I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return any time after you've seen to your more pressing matters. Speak with Tataru.
Oh, back to Waking Sands! Have to go back to Waking Sands.
Arcanist Guild. Like even with the shortcut, it's still absolutely so annoying to go back. A messenger from the Twin Adder came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordona. I wasn't privy to his conversation with the antecedent, but I did see the look on her face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be that the Ixal have summoned Garuda again? Or mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the Shroud? Maybe, or something even worse. Well, whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it's nothing you can't handle. Now go, and ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do. I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. We have reason to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania. Oh, you know what time it is. Now my Sharpie label on that card is already wrong. Yeah. You should get a notebook or something and just put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on them. And then just choose that. Thine arrival is customarily timely, Cashew. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex. We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Rianjay says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to ones observed more than 5 years ago. Though I had hoped the Muggles guard beyond such follies. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a full investigation. Thy presence hath been requested by Commander Huloa. He awaiteth thee at the Adder's Nest. Pray hasten to Gridania, Cashew. Ida and Papolima will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal. In the Adder's Nest. Just label the 10 cases of perler beads I meticulously organized and then never used again. Yep. A pleasure to see you as always, Cashew. Thank you for answering my summons. Quite frankly, I think I could think of no one more qualified to. Ah, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. Not long ago, the Mughal Kuplukop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Sneedseer. He spoke of an immediate threat to all Mughal clan. One which would imperil the entire 12s would if left unchecked. You proved to be an able ambassador to the Sylphs, and we would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Muggles. The rest you should hear from Kublukop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Sneedseer at the Lotus Stand. Alright, let's go to the Lotus Stand. Honestly, I would probably... If I'm gonna level another healer... The thing is, like, I have games planned after this, but I also kind of want to level some classes. But if I were to level a healer, I kind of just want to level a white mage again, even though I think I've done it like twice already. Maybe 3 times. No, I've done it twice. I just really like the white mage, but not from like a gameplay point of view, just like the aesthetics point of view. Hey dude, I played way more Path of Exile than I did. And pretty much everyone that I used to come to my stream, they were like, yeah, I haven't come for a while because you were playing Path of Exile. And I kind of wanted to play Path of Exile a little bit. I went though. Until Path of Exile 2 comes out, then I'm gonna play Path of Exile again. We're gonna see if they can manage to fix their fucking game, but that's high doubt on that. Because it's like fundamentally broken, and they don't know, like they're not good enough game developers to fix it, because they don't know what's wrong with it. Yeah, I was actually considering playing Wolcen. Wolcen and Lost Epoch, and Last Epoch, and Lost Ark. Those 3 are all on my to play list. I have played Wolcen before. It's not a good game, but it has its good points still. Like the normal attack is like super meaty, and that feels nice. But that's about it. And the game runs like dog shit, I think. And I don't remember really exactly. I'd have to play it again to make any real judgments. Your poor video card. I actually think I played that with my old GPU, so it should run better now. I don't even remember what I had. But it was not good. No, it was okay, but it was struggling with Witcher and whatever, like Witcher 3. So it was not great. That's for sure. But I need a new computer. Like kind of badly, I need a new computer, but not badly enough. My parents already offered to buy me a new computer, but I was like, I think we'll hold on. I think we'll hold on a little while, because I can still run and stream everything just fine. Kurzgesagt came, looks like it. The what? The other Scions have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? Show me in. YouTuber? You bought a YouTuber book? Please, you have to stop them. But you mustn't kill them. They're not bad, Muggles, Kupu. They're just misguided. Gentle, no, firm thrashing is in order, yes, but no. Calm yourself, Kublukop. Can you not see that he hasn't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Story remains internally consistent. Oh yeah. Most grateful am I that you have come, Kenshin, and upon such short notice. Truly Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kuplo Khan has brought to us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that good King Mogulmog the 12th have returned to Eorzea. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Mughal mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time, we Mughals served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine, Kupo. In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Mughals. So good King Mogulmog the 12th, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Kupo. The realm of man would suffice, he said, so all the Mughals should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that we couldn't safely fly down. But good King Mogulmog the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that is how we Mughals came to this land, Kupo. All of us except good King Mogulmog the 12th. May his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens, so that Mughal-kind might at last know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand that being your reason for contacting us, yes? I'll bet he tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea. The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It's dropping? Oh. Yeah, I thought Mog was cool in 6. Too bad he was terrible, but like that's one of my biggest issues with 6. He was terrible. It was really bad. He's one of the worst characters in the game. But yeah, the game is like super unbalanced. That's the thing. If the characters were a little bit more a level, then it would, I don't know. His normal attack's just a normal attack. You could use him decently if you just used him as a spellcaster, you know. You could do that with anyone. But certain characters were just like ridiculous, and some characters were just absolutely ultra retarded. Mog was one of the absolutely retarded ones. Like, Sabin has Blitz. Unless you fail the input, Blitz is like the most broken thing in the entire game. Like, it's so strong. Like, he just free AoE every single turn, just kills everything. When you get Bum Rush, he does magical damage that ignores like defense. He just like does 9,999 every single turn. And yeah, Edgar is super broken as well. Chainsaw, insta-kill. It either insta-kills an enemy or it just does shitloads of damage. Or he does Drill, which does kind of the same thing that Bum Rush does. Like, Scion is a little bit worse. But he's okay if you like build him right. Like, he should be slow as shit. But you should just like have espers on him that just give him strength all the time, so that way you can use sword tech when everyone else is doing something. and charge up to like 4 or whatever, and then he can do big damage. Gogo, of course, super broken. Terra, Celis, really good characters because they just have insane magic stats. But then we have Mog, whose skill is dance. And dance, first of all, you have to know what abilities each dance has in it. And using dance makes you go berserk, so you can never make him stop dancing. And the dance has a 50% failure chance every single turn. He would stumble with a 50% ratio. And the things that you got from it was not even good. So he goes berserk. He does random spells that can, if you're unlucky, heal the enemy if you use the wrong one. And then you can't make him stop unless you kill him. And then he fails half the time anyway. Didn't Struggle bug the game or something? There are a lot of bugs. But Realm also terrible. Like, because Sketch has like the worst hit rate imaginable. And even if it hits, it's like doesn't do anything like, worthwhile. Like, just use magic instead. But it had cool ideas with the abilities. It just was not balanced in the slightest. I don't know. I'm sure there are a bunch of bugs like that. But if she equips a fake mustache, I think it's either the fake mustache or like a paintbrush or whatever, then Sketch turns into control, and then you can control monsters instead. And that might cause something. Can have a dramatic effect. Whenever Realm misses the target she's supposed to sketch, or when she sketches a difficult to sketch target. So, okay. Every time. Such as filling the player's inventory to the brim with items such as dirks and gem boxes, causing the game to freeze or erasing all data. That's pretty cool. I guess I never used Realm that much. So I guess I never experienced that. I just know what speedrunners do. They do some really wonky shit with the Setzer. It's really weird. Coding error that causes the game to try to load data from the wrong place. When Realm fails a sketch, this game will try to load the monster's sprite data, but will use an incorrect pathway. Yeah. Because it's just using like memory pointers. You can do a bunch of like memory shenanigans in on the Super Nintendo. Have you seen there's one thing you can do in Super Mario World, where you like reprogram the game by doing like inputs in the game. Is it this? It's like a really wonky speedrunning thing, I think.
Welcome back, Seth Bling here. Recently I've been speedrunning the Super Mario World credits warp, and in this video I want to try and shine some light onto the technical inner workings of the glitch. I'll explain how all of the arcane memory manipulation culminates into a warp to the credits from the very first level of the game. To the right of the gameplay footage, I've rendered out a view of the memory that the Super Nintendo's processor has access to. Each pixel is a single byte of memory. Each byte can have a value between 0 and 255, with 0 being black and 255 being white. The top area contains the 8 kilobytes of RAM that are the most easily accessible, and the bottom half contains the 32 kilobytes of ROM that the processor is currently running code from. The blue area in the middle contains some special memory addresses that are used for special features of the Super Nintendo, though it mostly consists of an unused portion of the memory space.
So as you can see, he's doing like very specific things. He's going here and he's holding a shell. He's jumping up, like opening the Yoshi. Then he like drops the shell, re-picks up the shell, knocks that thing, drops the shell.
It's called open bus. Usually follow the step where the same 2 kilobytes plus whatever byte was 15. C over what the processor looks at address 1829 white split pose. 80F0 jumps a short distance screen X coordinate of 18. The processor looks at address 1829 that are plugged in via multitaps. Address 8 contains another and uses it. If Mario's X coordinate was off by even a single pixel, the game mode would not be changed to credits mode, but instead would most likely crash the game due to an invalid game mode. These RAM values in just
It's not showing what's actually happening in a good way. But that's a thing. You like overflow the memory or something in some way, and like it's completely fucked up that they managed to figure something like that out. I don't think so. The code injection one, they just made Flappy Bird inside instead. That's not the one. This one is just a speedrunning strat. It's called the credits warp. The problem, Ida, back to this, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Moggle the XII is a myth made manifest by a means akin to those employed by the Beast Tribes in the summoning of their gods. Wait, you're saying a handful of Muggles with a boatload of crystals wished really hard and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. Sorry, I mean,
With Garuda humbled and the ultimate weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take so drastic a measure?
might that not in itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought unto the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you, who braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this last period of peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Muggles are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes, and their homes come what may. I assure you, the Muggles only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Moggle the XII, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they've started to get a little carried away, Kupo, verging on a lot, in fact. Like the sylphs who summoned Ramu, you mean?
We can't discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Muggles in a manner similar to that of Primal.
We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat not only to Muggle kind, but to Gridania as a whole. Thus do we beseech you, Cashew, confront good King Mogulmog the 12th and drive him from our midst. Did you make bread today? I did not make bread today. I still have bread left from when I last made bread. Humbly do I thank you. The sanctuary of the Mogul's Guard and their liege lord is concealed by magical wards. Brother Esumiya of the Conjurer's Guild will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they may be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. You need to eat more bread? I just ate like 3 slices. I don't need to eat more bread. I don't want to do a baking stream. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna stand there and knead some bread for 10 minutes and then I'm gonna sit here for an hour and just do nothing. ASMR? No. No, I don't think so. My ear. Describe the bread. It's like bread. And it's a little bit undercooked. But it has raisins in it, which is pretty nice. Oh, fuck. It hurts so much. Another raisin hater? What's your hair doing? Nothing. It's hiding behind the thing here that I'm putting in front of my ear. Welcome, Cashew. Welcome. That you should be the one to face good King Mogulmog the 12th is of great comfort, to me and to the elementals both. As I am sure you know, the Mughals are not, by their nature, a warlike race. Yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is like that his influence will bring about a change. You know, I don't actually need to wear these. Right? I can turn on my speakers. Oh, Jesus Christ, my ears hurt so bad. Because I don't have a... It feels so weird to talk without them on. Like, it's so weird. It's like completely different. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know how to speak English without my head. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly, before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary, and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. I am ready to seek the king. The wards barring access to the king's sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones, the self-same method employed 5 years ago when the first king was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the guardians who then held the keystones, for none were in our possession at the time. By grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden on this occasion. Kuplukop confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Muggles Guard themselves. Yet, wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the king's sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so, and dare not labor any longer, for fear that the Mongols may succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. We must needs have Kuplukop's keystones, Cashew. Pray go to him, and beg his assistance. He awaits you at West Shore Pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield. Yield, you filthy Mongol. Mogul? Give me your thingies. This boss is annoying because it has like a kill order for the enemies. Plus, you have 2 tanks, and 1 tank needs to pick up the king and I think the warrior? Or is it the Paladin? I'm gonna check. That is the wrong wiki. There. Have everyone tried to kill Paladin before the other Moguls? Main tank will pick up the warrior and keep soloing the archer while positioning the warrior so that his overpower is oriented outside of the circle. Ignore the warrior for this entire phase. Main tank gets hate on King as soon as he comes up, pulls him to the very edge. Main tank will also provoke the warrior and keep shield lobbing, flashing both while kiting in a semi-circle fashion around the edge. Okay, so it's the warrior and the king. Okay. Good to know. We go to Lancer skill. So, how will you do it? Oh, he told you about that. Well, if there truly is no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead. Okay, let's go. Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning, and I won't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring him. Damn, they're big. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us? By consorting with this Mikote. Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs. You're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to his kinsmoguls. He plots treason against the crown. Walk was only 1.5 kilometers today. That's okay. I'm gonna do a short walk tomorrow. I have Skalsor in my inner lore. Enough! Kuplo Kop will answer for his crimes soon enough, and as will all who defy the will of good King Mogulmog the 12th. May he reign forevermore, Kupo. And this is Martin. They're all a bunch of monarchists. How come? Because I walked 4 kilometers with my fat, sensitive thighs. The king is planning to purge the 12's wood of his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late. The entrance to Thornmarch is deep within the bramble patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward. But be warned, the Muggle's guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo. Escort Kuplo Kop safely to the warded entrance. Should you fail to defend him or move too far away, he will return to Sweet Bloom Pier, where you may rendezvous with him before trying again. Come on.
Stupid Mongol.
Okay, I don't need to wink to him. Hostile presence? Fungus?
Malevolent squirrels? Oh no!
Can't be handled that. Don't hit my mogul. Come on. Very liberating to not wear headphones, though. I must say. Holy shit. Hello, my little baby. I have sensitive skin. Where did my mogul go? There. We're here, Kupo. I don't see any more beasts, do you? Are you ready to face the king, Kupo? Then step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus, like when you attune to an aetheryte, Kupo. I'll open the way for you. The rest is up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish muggles a lesson. And send the king back whence he came. Right, let's go kill some muggles. Thorn March. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. I could just solo it with my Dark Knight, but this game is only race wars. Also, you can't say race war. That's now. I don't know if you actually need to bother really with the strats here anymore, but you might.
Tupo, only the 7 healths are you. Battling adventurers, I'd wager. Moguls guard to arms. Defend the king, Tupo. Yep, we're going hard. I think I got stunned. Yeah. You have to kill them. Ruffle top. That's. Dude, I'm already. Never mind. Is there any reason to not kill this guy? I don't think so. But like he does overpower, hits the entire screen if you don't go on pointing him on him. Now, before you damage the boss, this is where you can fail because you're not allowed to DPS the boss before the others are dead. So if someone just starts nuking him, then you die. Where's the axe guy? Why didn't I get aggro on him? What the fuck is he even called? I don't know, dude. He seems to be dead regardless. Ah, okay. What's this music? It's normal music. Haven't you? Thought you had done this? How can you forget this? And then you can also get Mogul weapons here, which are very important. Because when you draw a Mogul weapon, it says... Very important stuff.
We got the bow, nice. It says bloop, and then when you put it away, it says bloop. You did it, Kupo! You did it! Good King Muggelmog the 12th, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more. I shudder to think what might have happened, had you not stopped the Mogul's guard when you did. Thank you, Cashew. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them too. You should go and tell Pukni Pak that the king is no more, Kupo. She's with Rhea O at Camp Tranquil, and can relay the news to the chieftain. Camp Tranquil? Oh, right. Pukna Pak? No, I don't want to fight the glowfly. The White Mage questline has a bunch of moguls in it as well. I think. And the Dark Knight, I think. Because this is where you do White Mage stuff with her. Do I dare believe my eyes? Good King Muggelmog the 12th. May his magnificent virtues serve as an example to us all. It's fallen. All Mughal kind owes you a debt, Kupo. Ah, and I sense Raya O wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak without fear of interruption. Your bravery in service to the Twelveswood and her Muggles shall not be forgotten, Cashew. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of this great victory from the mouth of the man responsible. Pray return to the Lotus Stand and treat her to a full account of the day's event, while the details are yet fresh in your mind. So we shall. And that's it. No more moguls. The Elder Sneedseer is expecting you, sir. May I show you in? Yes. Cashew, you are returned to us, unharmed and victorious. Thus I have two reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornwich. Then it is as we feared. The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Muggles don't worship him, for one thing. He's not even a god to them. And that doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard. Then mayhap the fault lies with the
Well, then mayhap the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that through a combination of the power contained in crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Muggles called forth a being that by rights should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the ether which comprised him instead being scattered to the four winds.
According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every respect the same. Which means... Asians. This whole business reeks of their handiwork. Kpupu? They said it was a masked man who had taught them how years ago, but But Gridania has no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question.
Confound it all! How many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts?
Too many, I fear. So long there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, the crystals to feed the flames. Ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation, a somber thought, but a salutary one. No, I don't know what she just said. My heartfelt thanks, Cashew. Already the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss. Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter. The matter of which you speak has even now been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Remnant's Toll. We knew we could count on you, my lady. Well, Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder's needs here. Mayhap you could return to the Waking Sands and appraise the antecedent of all that has transpired. Of course. Once we get to Helmsword, we can also start playing Dress Up, which which is the real end game. Trying to find cool armor sets. Because the gear before Heavensward is just not worth collecting. It's all super ugly. Well, it's not ugly, but it's definitely not good. Like it could be worse. It could be World of Warcraft gear. It is good to see you hale and healthy, Cashin. I received word from Ida and Papolimo that you had felled good King Mugglemog the 12th, but I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. So it was as they said, summoned with the same methods used by the Beast Tribes and taught by the Ascians. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the Elder's Needseer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks, Kenshin. They didn't do anything. What are we doing? What's happening there? Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are at long last ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Revenant's Toll in small groups, departing at irregular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct future operations openly, but on this particular occasion, the need for caution overrides all other concerns. To move north as one ponderous caravan would only serve to invite attack. It seemed only right that I should be the last to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end, Casual. Upon my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given into the care of Urianger. They actually pronounce his name differently depending on who is saying it. Some say it Urianger and some say Urianger. It's like Urianger or whatever. I don't know. I don't know why. It's weird. I had thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our Order's history. Perhaps it's best that we do not forsake them entirely. Urianger shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alisade shall continue to work closely with him as well. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurances that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Urianger, would you inquire of him if any tasks remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I have forgotten something. Something important. Did you clean the toilet? Radolf. Thou art ever welcome, Cashew, but I require no assistance. Pray take thy leave unburdened by concern for my well-being. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhap thou thinkest this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history. In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely stridden into the great unknown, only to find there the banner of his ancestor, faded by the eons, and still man glorieth in his discoveries. 'Tis through his pride that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadows remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Be not offended, Cashew. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened thine eyes to the lessons of history. What that the same could be said of blah 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 blah.
Whence came that cry? The Solar! 12 forfend the antecedent!
Ass.
Cashew, you must...
Like, what's the point? What's the point of doing, like, all of that? And then just showing it. Like... No, I don't know. I already took the other small screenshot. Doesn't matter. Tell me, Louisoix, would you have done the same?
Louisoix Leveilleur.
Louisoix Leveilleur was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing. An Ascian? Here? How readily you see. You are indeed gifted, antecedent. But you're not like the others. Your robes. Gifted but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike you who came before, I have no quarrel with you. He who... You speak of La Habre. La Habrea is a warrior. He fought, he fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes.
Then he is still...
Come, I only confirm that which you already knew. There is no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion.
You... what are...
We're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else. Is something the matter? Ah, I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready. It's only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her we are indistinct.
I do not understand.
Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did she perceive not. So it is with all but a chosen few. Even you when young could not yet see with eyes unclouded.
You know nothing about me. Nothing!
The gift grants you clarity. It grants you focus. With it, you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation. La Habrea did not think so highly of the Echo. La Habrea is wrong about a great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master. And if we did? There would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind. I leave as I came, in peace antecedent. May we meet again as friends.
Wait! Stay where you are!
Mayhaps I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy. She shields her children from his grace, with such resolve. Was it also by her hand that you survived the ardor, I wonder? Played the didgeridoo approvid and the bass made Minecraft figures fall off my shelf on me. I take it there's no need to explain. Oh, I almost missed to take a screenshot of her ass. Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill.
I heard a cry. What happened? Are you all right?
You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic. Urian J, send word to the students of Baldessi. Have them scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there is any reference to an Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. An Ascian, my lady? Was that what gave you cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands. Yet Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen? I know not and care not. Find him, Cashew. Turn every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to. Pray, attend me, Tataru. Where are we going? We are going out here. There he is. It wasn't very hard to find. He was just standing in the middle of the street. I am told that you are the warrior of light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. Come here. You are being judged. Boop, 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 boop. Gruesome gargoyle. It's them British imps. You are being judged. Gnarl the gargoyles. Not the Gnarl the gargoyles. Whatever shall I do? Asien Thaumaturge. Accidentally turn on auto run. I honestly, every single time I get here, I never remember this guy, except that he was here. But I don't remember who he is, what he does, what you do with him, anything. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save he who bested La Habrea could endure such an examination. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of La Habrea. Even amongst his brethren, he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that he could cast us out. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain, but surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so shall it be again, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again. Back to waking scenes. I'm gonna sneeze. Thank you! What has he linked here? What horrible nonsense. Opens it in the OBS browser. I hate when it does that. Did you just thought that it kind of almost sounded like that? I get it though. I get the exact same kind of in-brain references to songs for random nonsense. Thank the gods you've returned, Catcher. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor proved elusive. Beg pardon. He was waiting for you. What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so shall it be again? Of when does he speak, and of what exactly? Words of this Elidibus portend much but reveal nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for La Habrea. I had hoped for answers, but it seems I shall have to be I shall have to be content with a wealth of additional questions. Let us set aside the matter of this acid until after we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. It is but one final favor I would ask of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamegan Resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the Resistance with vital Imperial secrets, while feeding his paymasters subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believed to be the greatest single threat to Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within I still do not understand. It is my hope that Urianger will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all I have left of my father. Running back and forth, giving people things that they could have given them themselves. In the room next door. This is why I say that the main quests should be like every 5 levels or something. Like, it shouldn't be a constant stream. Because then they have to fill that constant stream with nonsense. I thought thee departed. To what end dost thou linger? The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labor. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. Well can I imagine the antecedent's pain. Upon mine honor I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain. Cashew, this is Minfilia. We're one room away. Just walk out. Forgive me, but I could wait no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones. If you have yet to. Once you have given the journal to Urianger, I bid you come to the seventh heaven in Revenant's Toll. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new aetheryte in Revenant's Toll. After all, it is right on our doorstep. I think they nerfed this questline as well. I'm not sure she does that normally. I think you're supposed to, like, there's like a really long questline where you go and talk to everyone on, like, there's like 6 stops where all they're doing is just talking about nothing. They're talking about walking, more or less, and then you finally get to the Rising Stones, and then they're just done. Unless that's another questline later. I hope not. Because I don't miss it. What the fuck is this shit? Hell. Weird. Oh, Cashew, you're here. Good. We were all wondering when you'd show up. As I was just telling your restive receptionist here, I am pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours. Splendid. From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Most of the men and women you see around here in Revenant's Toll are adventurers who come and go as they wish. I dare say that should make it easier for you to go about your business here. And it shouldn't hurt that Cashew here has already made something of a name for himself here. Isn't that so, Cashew? Why, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work just as hard to see that her efforts do not skip a beat, despite the relocation. And with that, Cashew, I do believe it's time you officially announced your presence to everyone inside. The antecedent and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you. Inside the tavern. I want dill chips. Well, it is certainly spacious. Today marks a new beginning for the science of the Seventh Dawn, for today we declare our independence. Independence Day. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of the Eorzea's people, proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties with the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the Science of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea.
For Eorzea!
A moment of your time, Cashew. I would speak of Elidibus. Baby raised genocide when? Unfortunately never, but maybe later. I've always been the king. I am the king. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit to no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Baldesion hath been met with silence. No one will respond? How odd. Allow me to try. No response. Surely they would not ignore us. They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, no, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift and the knowledge both, oh no. Contact their agent in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldesion, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus. 'Tis possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do what you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Ascian, perhaps? Or Ochre? Or Puce? Puce? And which of our allies will then fall silent? For a time I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the Crystal of Darkness and cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Ascian menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elidibus spoke true. But there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Cashew. I discern them all around, in disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidences. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. I think that's the end of that patch. Perhaps. Not sure. Kryle, where are you? Kirille, where are you? Your intercession was not foretold. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion, your intentions unclear. They survived the seventh ardor and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes. And at long last, they see. Truly, there is no rest for the Huere. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request for assistance from Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear their storehouse in Horizon has been target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifests were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that a pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply. Primals! Primals! The brass blades charged with investigating the thefts believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit. Alas, they have yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene, had the stolen goods been of merely monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest, but in service to a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart for Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Ijastola when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. In Horizon. At least it's not back to Waking Sands, but hey. Ah, Cashew. Your assistance is most welcome. I have already spoken at length with the brass blades of the Rose, albeit to little avail. It would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but your time might be better spent in conversation with Fufulupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If aught eluded my attention, mayhaps it will not elude yours. Oh, hello there, Cashew. Oh, no, oh, hello there. Cashew, was it? Yashtola said to expect you. Terrible business, these thefts. We have yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen, but I dare say it may be greater than... Ah, but never mind that. I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection, and broke through one of our checkpoints in the Royal Allegan Sunway. The cart bolted off towards eastern Thamland, where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident. A speeding carriage? That would seem a curious choice for thieves of such proven cunning. Yet the Amalja do have a foothold in eastern Thunderland. And what of their cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report any moment now, but I fail to see what else it could... Did you miss me, friends? I am back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news. Or on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Thancred, wherever have you been off to? I figured you had everything under control here, so I just took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Amalja friends. And wouldn't you believe it? I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do my small part to help my friends in the brass blades intercept it. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quantity of summons. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found. Is that so? Alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Cashew. I wonder if I can equip any new gear. What about... never mind. Whatever. Against all expectations, it would seem the Amalja are innocent of this particular spate of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon Ifrit. What I cannot fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals, and in such quantities. It cannot be that we are dealing with simple thieves. If their motives were profit, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly, we are missing something. While you think about what it might be, I shall inform Urianger of our progress, or lack thereof.
Now then.
Voice acting!
Tizar, the situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
My ears feel so strange, and I have no idea.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Toe. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Where did she go? The sexy lady. There she is. Sexy lady.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
You come to the wrong neighborhood, lady. Any bright ideas? A solitary flash of insight? No? Well then, for want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fufulupa's brain again. Who knows? If we work together, we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. Inside his brain? Alright. Oh, but it is good to see you return. I have given some thought to the matter, and I have just hit upon a most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Calm yourself, Fufulupa. What is this disturbing possibility of which you speak? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long. And then it came to me. What if there is someone among our own ranks conspiring with them? A traitor in our own midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears proved well-founded, Fufulupa. Indeed, If, for reasons of security, the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. Ah, but such a shipment would surely be well guarded. Would thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation? Mayhap not, but neither would the concern be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret, to entrust the goods to, let us say, a lone Mikote miner traveling without escort so as to not attract undue attention. But who? Ah, I see. Yes, the concern may well elect to do that, but to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way, mayhap north of the bridge to Hammerley. A fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Cashew? Alas, the role of the Mikote miner is taken, so you will lie in wait to the north, and I will do the same to the south. Forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. Lie in wait for the thieves somewhere over there. Formerly Chucks is logged in. Movement in the distance catches your eye. Oh, hello there. I ain't dying in this guard for thinking hello. Okay. Hello. Fine minor outfit you got there. Stubborn to the last as expected. You are unharmed? A gang of sea-wolf thieves, and in Thunderland no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea-wolves? All of them? Aye, and all with the same taste in facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. Thank you, if you would be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon. I have inquiries to make. To Horizon, then. Fufulupa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. Thieves. No. On behalf of the Brass Blades of the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. Ah, but we have not been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. Is that so? Then by your leave, I would very much like to have a word with this fellow in private. Ah, no, I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he managed to subdue the unit of blades dispatched to detain him, and made good his escape. Now for the love of... How did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling the summoners we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong. A sea-wolf. Leminson born and raised, I believe, but do not worry, we will find him. You have my word on that. I see. Pray keep me appraised of any developments. Yes? He's standing next to me. Understood. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed, or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? Ah. I am a stoic. The antecedent bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphino awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphino has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down our traitorous brass blade, and when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. Well, in that case, we need to go over here. Vesper Bay, and in the meantime, I can go to the bathroom. Put the headphones on without thinking about it, just out of reflex. Alright. You are late. No matter, I know where our visitors are headed. From what I have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You are familiar with Doma, yes? In Othard? Well, like the rest of the nations in the eastern continent, it is ruled by the Garlean Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale. And, more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. We should be fools not to pursue this opportunity, do you not think? Come with me to Ul'dah, can't you? Unless I am mistaken, and I am rarely mistaken. We will find the Domans bickering with the Sultan sworn on the royal promenade. You are uncertain of your role in the proceedings. Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be being pursued by some. And if not, who better than you to have on hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomatic incident? Besides, I do enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good. I shall see you in Ul'dah. Okie dokie. Did he say the Royal Chamber rule? I assume? This is all level 51. Ah, but I don't have... I would have to go and grab it. When will you start playing another game? Like 2 months from now or something? Like I said, the expansion comes out like the 23rd, and then I'm gonna play that as well. And then we move on to something else. We will not take a Skyrim break. It matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir. We have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness.
Away with you, and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again.
You know not what you do. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. The game that came before Morrowind, Daggerfall, I don't want to do that. I don't even want to play Skyrim again. No matter how many mods they add, it's still gonna suck balls, because it's Skyrim. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart. I know his kind well. I hope that you will find me more to your liking. Alvino Levieux, at your service. A friend. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique in this part of the world, at least. Few indeed are your allies in Ul'dah. Yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at the quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. Beep, 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 beep. That's the Adventurers Guild, I think. Well, we were talking about The Witcher later as well. And The Witcher 1 is basically worse than Daggerfall, so... I don't know. I don't know if it's that bad, but it's pretty bad. Voice acting?
We have traveled through several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
I, lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we aspired an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms, only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone, raised to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed guns. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
They hadn't finished making the model for the race yet, I suppose.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
If I may, sir, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for several moons, and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations. Nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made. Though it shames me to beg for more than you have already offered. When you have already offered so much, desperation compels me. Gentle sir, if you and your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Here, have this soy bar from the vending machine. Helps. Why didn't you say so sooner, Cashew? Of course I'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day, to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow. See, but just sent word they can't come, meaning I've got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance. Haha, how convenient. Go and call on Friderie and Catherine at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to go ship the little princess order to the Waking Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them those letters. That should set them straight. Do I even need to... Yeah, sure. Let's do this. Sapphire Avenue Exchange. My, that's a rather odd request. Perhaps you misheard her instruction. You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. She's in the business of feeding refugees now. I ain't normally one to question Mistress Momodi's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise to me. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man what can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. Damn straight, my dudes. And that's all I'm waiting for, the racist arcs. There are a couple of racist arcs in the game, they're pretty cool. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Now go and tell Lady Yugiri it's all in hand. I dare not hope for such magnanimity. Much less expect it. Mistress Momodi is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. Lady Yugiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience? Before the Sultana and the Syndicate both, we should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done much for us, Master Elfino. I swear that we shall return the favor. Naught is owed, Lady Yugiri, for naught has been given. This small favor you fairly won with your words. And it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You will be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us in the Royal Promenade. How far in are we? We should have just started in Heavensward. Ugh. Seventh Astral Era Quests. Mother of Exiles. We are in patch 2.2. Out of 2.5. Just gonna mash it. A pleasure, Cashew. The others are already inside. Let us not keep them waiting. Voice acting. Come on.
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I was hoping it wouldn't get picked up.
I'm Nanama, 17th in the line of rule. Welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty.
Now, I have no idea if that's too... I pushed open the threshold for my noise gate to lock, but... Let's see.
Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Uldar. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes. The law is the law. And so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than Gil.
Human trafficker.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Uldar's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril.
It's lucky it's not his performance review.
One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage hath fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
It's against the law. Well, let's vote anyway.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, Little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
As you observed, Lolorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Oft have I wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things to be so incapable of seeing the value in people. Bah! I will waste no more words on him, not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone follow me to the Hall of Flames. The Aetheryte Plaza. Seeing an NFT here. Still? You're unironically posting this. No. No. Not have it. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. Monetarists have made their position clear. Agreed, Ul'dah is not an option. Nor are Limsa Laminsa or Gridani, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. Gods, the thought of them huddled in an airless hole with no hopes of better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative. A place not bound by the concerns of the great nations, but like Mordona, like where we live. Infilia. That is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision. I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question of the Sultan to accept us for a limited time? A week, perhaps, or even just a few days? Excellent. I shall keep you informed. Lady Yugiri, I have a proposal if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Alfin. The headquarters of my order, the Science of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Toll, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant's Toll have been doing their utmost to change them. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands. Hard labor, lest you doubt, will not save food and shelter by way of reward. But not save food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you yourself proposed, Lady Yugiri. Though I will not hear a word said against our beloved Ul'dah, Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alfin, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor, and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be brought to Revenant's Toll, which will be no small feat, considering the distance and their present condition. Hey, at least they speak English, apparently. Unlike our doctors and rocket scientists. Can't even speak the language. Mayhap the Old Dawn Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there anon. Lady Yugiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the immortal flames can provide. Touch dilation. Where's the door? We are concerned that the Doma refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship, with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set foot out of Mordona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. News. Transportation remains our greatest obstacle. General, is there aught the immortal flames can do? I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhaps it would go unnoticed. But the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordona. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans on the Doman's behalf. Very well. We should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Ul'dah, Lady Yugiri. You were early? Here he is blaming the other people. And you in Revenant's Toll, my lord. And I want the stream to end so I can eat enchiladas. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do, Lady Yugiri. Let's put our heads together and settle the details on our arrangement, shall we? I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you, after you have rested your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you? Will you be able to leave Sweden? I don't think he's trying to leave Sweden. As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure at Vesper Bay, wherefrom they will be transported by carriage to Ul'dah. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Cashew, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever needs be done, do it. Speak with a man named Hosan when you arrive. As Lady Yugiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. This is where you go and do like 60 logging quests on the way to Revenant's Toll. However, Martin is trying to study, so he is absolutely a parasite right now. My money? My money? Yeah, which house do you live in? Whose food are you eating? Greetings. Alphino informed me that Hassan would be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though ashamed as well. Great warriors should not be tasked with such trivialities. Pay rent? You pay rent at your dad's? I knew from a glance what manner of man you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? Pay rent at your mother's? Damn, dude. Harsh. I would live with your dad, dude. Pray, forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son, Joseph. He can tell you more. And Martin's dad is the best. I love Martin's dad. Keeps him on his toes. Apparently. Oh, hello there. I'm Yozan, son of Hosan. Will you be coming with us to Ul'dah? I hear we're traveling by horse-drawn carriage. But don't you think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses. I still want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and Lady Yugiri told us to take it really seriously. They won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. Alright guys, where are you? Really good at hiding. There's one. I see you. No, of course not. This is a good section. This is good.
Find me? Bah, well, I guess I need to practice more. Or maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Guardians didn't find me.
Now imagine just how dogshit everything that they cut was.
Are you playing? No fair. Yozan didn't say anything about adults. Huh? We get to ride a horsebird carriage. I don't know, sounds scary. But if Yozan says it's safe, I'll go.
Here's the last one. Last little slut. Where are you? Where are you? Side somewhere. Alright, dude. Nighty night. Where's the last one? Where is he?
Where are you? Child. Hey, you're not young, Dad. You. I'm Koharu. Anyway, I didn't know what anyone else was. Wait a minute. You're one of those, aliens. Oh, Zions. Zions. Then you must know Lady Yogiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek, too. Alright, it's almost time to go. Nice meeting you, Casual.
That's how children talk. Children are retarded. What's this guy doing? Thought he was like dead. Wonderful. All the children are accountable. Hide and seek? Ah, I see that you're curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Yugiri thought it best that the children know what to do in case the Guardians found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. First caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father, Home, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you already met. I understand the road to Ul'dah is regularly patrolled by your brass blades. It would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you are ready to leave, please inform our coachman.
Yeah, I'm so fucking ready.
I think I'm gonna skip the long raid chains. I might do those later if there's time to spare, but I'm just gonna do the main story, just to get to Endwalker. Eager to be off, are you? Aye, well, I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Runner from the Blade says we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie has been sighted south of the bridge to Hammerlea. Might be as someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course, but it don't pay to gamble in this business. Now I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here's another story. So I was thinking you might go on ahead and have a look around. Make sure the area's safe-like. And if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way is clear, meet us outside Horizon. The Blades tell me the road there is safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own. Assume we're the self-same bastards. Don't try to rob us, that is. Because the Alexander quest chain in Heavensward probably takes like 2 days minimum. Might take 3. It's really long. And we don't have that kind of time. Thankfully. So we can skip it. The only thing I would like to do is the same quest chain in Shadowbringers, because I haven't done the whole thing. It wasn't released when I played. So, there was a beastie. Was being the operative word, eh? Haha! Aha! Well fought, sir. Well fought. Ah, if only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Ha! Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. Ah, but we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten, Lady Yugiri's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life. All this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind, Father. To she who has given everything, we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Imagine having refugees like that, dude. Hey, Mr. Cashew, Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. Gain power, to win glory, to amass a fortune, to go whither the wild rose blooms. What does that mean? I'm gonna say that. I would have said ... So, do you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything, but don't they grow in lots of places? It's my turn now. Excuse me, Mr. Cashew, I've got a question. What's Revenant's Toll like? Is it pretty? It's a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. It's a bastion of civilization in a harsh and unforgiving wilderness. It's home to the science of the Seventh Dawn. It is a stone's throw from an Imperial Castro. Ha! You can't fool me. No one would ever live that close to a Castro. Liar, liar, breeches on fire. Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Mr. Cashew, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Train every day, obviously. Go lift, kid. Aha! So my father was right. How do you do it then? Come on, tell me, and don't leave anything out. Alright. That's enough questions for Mr. Cashew. That's not fair. Why does Yosan get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Now, you're a girl, you don't need to know about adventuring. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Oh. Really? Well, then I will. Thanks for the advice, Mr. Cashew. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer, too. Ken, you're a girl. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurer's guild for Doberts. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Mr. Cashew and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, just like Mr. Cashew and Lady Yugiri. We can talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? Yes. Speak with Alphino at the quicksand. Do not buy. These apes are stolen. No, not stolen NFTs, dude. can't wait for this fad to die. So ass. Ah, can't you? I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Huh? Is there aught else? No, no, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yugiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. It is past time Lady Yugiri met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thunderland which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slothborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yugiri to Minfili at the Guild Emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels, Casual. All due respect. I shouldn't look at the quest list, it progresses too slowly. And this must be the esteemed Lady Yugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends, and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting. For though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slothborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head to, or call me master either. We are both frontier hands, as far as I am concerned. As you wish, Slothborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells, Catcher. Why are you wasting time with me? See them to the Rising Stones. Why is Flood on the side? To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me. I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones. It's no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldesion continue to meet with failure. Orion has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. How fare the donuts? I am given to understand you were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unsolved. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. But be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Lady Yugiri is here. Please show her in. I would very much like to meet her. They just don't get along at all. They're just catfighting right away, everyone. Fine. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady, but are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. Build more houses, dude. As ever, it has been a pleasure, Antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slothborn. Lady Yugiri, Cashew? Lamon and I will take all necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Ishtola should be returning anon with a report from a field. Perhaps you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival.
How goes
Should make some kind of
Caught anything slippery?
bacon casserole this weekend. What to make though? Bacon, meatballs, maybe. Just some onion, cream. That's usually that's enough.
Aye, our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
What? Oh, we're double echoing. Double teaming her.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless one.
Nice hat, dude.
And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Oh.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary?
Both Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4 have been delayed. Things are not looking good for Blizzard. Cancelled BlizzCon. Delayed both of their games.
We have outstayed our welcome.
I would be surprised if they even released them. Managed to.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
He does not trust the potato.
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a Primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
A primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
Plainly, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experiences, you may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs spend all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Just in between. You are expected. Frey, take this lift to the commander. I don't even need dress shoes this time. Dress shoes. Welcome, friends. I take it Y'shtola has appraised you of the situation. Let us waste no time. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Fanland to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch large-scale operations to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But if, gods forbid, our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, am I given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines? I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with mine own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. That settled, let us speak of the operation. Lieutenant Kanavi, our scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sepsis spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operations staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be appraised of their latest intelligence. Commander Falkbreda has charge of the garrison. That was a short quest. Go there, Falkbreda. Army. I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. 3 quests left? As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sepsis spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. Better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it's not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sepsa, all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded, though it pains me to even consider the notion. If they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. What did they say? What did they say? Glow in review. Work from home is the current plan. Right? Is this gonna be like Frakes? Where they fired her for not taking the vaccine and then they rehired her with a raise or whatever? Because they needed her back. What am I looking for? Can't see anything. Hey. Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Lightly armed as we are, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg of you. So that means... what? That you might have... you might not have to rely on... doing dashes every single Sunday? Maybe? Fly all the way there. Two quests left. You returned. Thank the navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what became of the others? Dear gods! Sob, these wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of the two, who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Rise, damn fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells. But yeah, no, it sounds good. Please, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetheryte in the depths of the subzone. If we are to act, we must act now. The men are ready, but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetheryte and eliminate the Sahagin priests presiding over the summit. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the lands there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault, and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. In likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Kashu and Y'shtola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. You'll dial panic down 10%? Yeah, dude, sounds good. At least for the time being. I mean, since they have already let you stay, odds are that it's not gonna, you know, go any worse. Because, like, I feel like this is the whole, like, after everyone gets past this initial, like, mandate. Unless they release more fake viruses. It should be, like, past that whole step. Oh yeah, you're right. But maybe you can take a Sunday off now and then? Now? Right? They're gonna be bad for you? They are. They unironically give me itchy armpits. Like, I'm eating too many. I was trying to avoid them, but they're so easy to eat and so tasty and so there. Why are these raisins making my anti-cancer glands itch? Is that what you have in your armpits? Anti-cancer glands? But no, it says that raisins increase your libido and your sex drive. So maybe they're like making my body actually turn on. Maybe my armpits are actually cleaning out the cancer in my body right now. That's why they're all itchy. Or maybe I've just been eating way too many raisins. Are you a hypochondriac though? No. But I have itchy armpits. During the good part of my uni years? What, like worrying about being sick? Kashu and Y'shtola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversions should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. No, I was a little bit worried about having a third testicle, but I'm still a little bit like unsure if it's only what he said that it might be. So but otherwise it's like whatever. I go to the doctor if it's like very uncomfortable. Come again? No, we can't do that. It's November. Thancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take your heals and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Jistola and Cashew. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends.
To battle! To battle!
That's how she talks.
He talks like an old lady. Kind of like that. Yeah, it's like a really raspy, whiny part of her voice. Actually, I don't know how she does it.
When last did we fight side by side, Cashew? Too long ago, I warrant. But come, let us away. Stola gonna make them die? She's a conjurer, she's a healer. She still has her, like, level 5 wand. Go through the first checkpoint. There. Yeah, her scouter. At least they're not using it for power level. Well, they kind of are a little bit. Can you fly over this shit? Can. Come. I like this song too. Chilling outside the dungeon entrances. I mean, why not? And there are certain meme things like that that kind of goes missing a little bit because of the duty finders, which I will freely admit. But I still don't miss searching for parties manually. Not even a little bit. Before I understood how to launch duties, or it used to work different. No, it did not work differently. It does now. Where are we going now? Under attack, I know.
Oh, Lord Leviathan!
Vanguard, they didn't even have dungeons. They had some nice ideas in Vanguard, but it was not. Why the game like super died. They only had open world, non-instant dungeons. People had to like gather in front of it and then go in together and just do the entire area that way, which is cool, I guess, but it's also retarded because it means if you wipe, you have to go through the entire thing again because everything has respawned. If there are two groups there, you have to literally queue to just stand there and wait for the other guys to finish. I don't like things that are cool in theory. Things have to make sense. Need to kill one more of these dudes. I have an angry cannon aimed at us. Me and my cousin ordered Vanguard. We pre-ordered Vanguard. I have like a big box for it. We played some wolf people. Didn't get very far though. Time for this. Pray, do not concern yourself. It was but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on. Absolutely rock hard at the Activision Blizzard's earnings report. Down 2.2% today. Down from 80 to 70.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Nasdaq, Activision, Blizzard. Today, down from maybe like 79, 78 to below 70. That's pretty bad, right? This is bad, right? You don't want this. And they have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both. Bam! Headshot.
Did I miss much?
Boom! Not even a skill.
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Oh, he is dual wielding now. He was only using one dagger before.
So cool, dual wielding.
I can't stand the term dual wielding, not gonna lie. It makes me cringe in the same way the terms quest and dungeon make me cringe. It's too gamified at this point.
To the Aetheryte.
Oh, I have no idea how good it is to not have those headphones on me. It's like I've been in a torture chamber for 2 years.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Just dual wielding guns.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Swordwalkers, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What?
Such power! It is transcendent!
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile! I have mastered the gift. I am eternal! O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Guns are OP.
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. It should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Yep. Leviathan 8.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Just a little bit of water. How bad can it be? Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements, if his last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure. But Lemlen herself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and match with us. We need another plan, that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa, and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command. Kinda want to buy Activision stocks. Like, it's only like starting to drop. Sounds like a really bad idea. To me at least. Like, where's it gonna go? Like, Blizzard's just gonna crash. They're not gonna recover from this. Like, I have no doubt that they are not going to recover from this. Like, I don't know. At this point, the only thing they could do is to just like delete Blizzard. Just go back to being Activision and only make Call of Duty. That's like the only way to just save the entire company. We need another plan, that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command. I don't see how they can recover. Because they are dog shit. Like, that is a very big factor for Blizzard right now. It's not just that they are getting lawsuited from like 4 different directions at the same time. It's also that they fucking suck ass. Like, WoW has never been as bad as it is right now. They are absolutely destroying their company from inside out by just going full turbo SJW. Like, Ion is literally like going out of his way to make sure that everybody knows that he's a turbo SJW and like avoids hiring white people and shit like that. Like it's retarded. Like they don't have a chance. They can't make good games. They haven't made a good game in like I don't know how long, decades. And they can't make things that are good. Like they suck balls. Like, there's no hope for them. The only good thing that they've made is Diablo 2 Resurrection, and that wasn't made by them. And that's literally just a reskin. You're expected in the command room. Pray do not keep the Admiral waiting. Like, they completely destroyed the Diablo 3. It's not a game anymore. It's literally not playable. And the same thing is true with WoW now.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western La Noscia. Hearthstone, it was called.
What's wrong with D3? Oh, so much is wrong with D3. First of all, it's not actually, like, patched. Story sucks ass. The loot... There's so many things wrong with the loot. In the beginning, the loot was completely broken because they made uniques like super rare. So the average player never ever saw anything. The stat damage connection, I don't think that that's a problem. That's just like a theme problem. And if that's like a problem for you, then that's fine. Otherwise, I don't think that that's a problem in itself. But the itemization is like super lame still. Because it's literally just DPS on dagger, plus main stat, plus vitality. And like there's no like deviations or anything, like you just always have like one thing. And it's not the problem that there's like one main stat, because that's always been the case. It's just not been as obvious. But it's that they literally don't have anything else. Like there are no interesting extra stats, no interesting anything. There are no different ways to like build your shit. It's always the same thing. Like you always go for main stat, then you get crit percent, you get crit damage percent, and the crit damage percent scales so high. Like you get so much crit damage increase that a non-crit is practically a miss. So because of this, like cooldown skills, like you might have a big nuke on a 15-second cooldown, for example. That means that skill has a 15% or a 50% mischance, or more, like 40% mischance, because the crit has like a 40 to 50% chance of happening, and it does 4 times as much damage. So that's a miss, like a glancing hit at best. So the entire game is so fundamentally broken. The only one thing that they do right is like a sustain for your character, like how you keep alive compared to how fast you take damage and then die. Compared to Path of Exile, for example, where your health is always at maximum, and then 1 frame and you're just gone. That's the one thing that they do well. But after in the beginning, where the loot was rares only, because uniques didn't exist. Like they had like a 0.0000001% chance of dropping, and when they did, they were still bad. But after that, they changed that, and they actually improved the game by removing normal hard hell, or normal nightmare hell and infernal. They removed that, and then they changed it to be this whole system where you can choose difficulties however you want. Like I want to play on Torment 1, or I want to play on Torment 10, or whatever. That was a really good system. Mostly. Like, it still has some issues, but it is a really good system. And they made gear drop that was more geared towards what you were playing. So if you were playing a Barbarian, you dropped more Barbarian gear with like 20% other gear, so you could still find gear for alts. And they made legendaries more common. But here's where things start going downhill again. Like, that was a little bit of an upwards hill in the game. And then after that, they kept like increasing the legendary drop rate just more and more and more and more. So to the point where you're literally bathing in legendaries, which means that legendaries are now just rares. That's all they are. They're just rares. And this is exacerbated by the fact that they are literally just rares, because they only have main stat, vitality, damage, because that's how all the items are built in the entire game. So they're literally just new rares. So we're back to the beginning again. Now the game only has rares now. they're just orange now instead. And they have 25% more stats than rares. And this point, like, that's still like okay. But after that is when they start ruining the game with set items. I know you like set items, and I understand from a thematical point of view why, but from a practical point of view, that set items are dog shit, because you can't balance them, because they have to be better than like uniques, pretty much, because you have to have the entire set on, you have to collect the entire thing, and then you still have to balance that compared to only having uniques equipped. And like you can kind of, but it's like really difficult. But what they did was they just, like, it's not done all the time. Their set items are almost never done. Like in World of Warcraft, they have sets, and they're just, that's what you need to have. But that's also because there's no items. Regardless, they started just making the sets super OP. Yeah, but that's Diablo 2, and there it's more like almost all the sets are useless instead because of this. And yeah, you can have like maybe 2 set bonuses or whatever. Anyway, they started making sets be like super strong, so that you had to have the sets. So it's like you have to have 2 set items that increases whirlwind damage by 1500%. And then when you have 6, it like increases whirlwind damage by like additional 5000%. And then they have like 3 sets for each class, and they all work like that. So that means now, like, instead of it being kind of more like in Diablo 2's line, where I still think set items are bad, design perspective, but there's still like you can actually use them and you can not use them. But here you literally have to use them. There are no alternatives. And then on top of that, they also started adding uniques that, or they redesigned the uniques, or the legendaries as they're called in Diablo 3, so that they only support the sets. So like now you have the whirlwind set that increases your damage by 5000%. It's literally 5000%. It might be more now. I think they changed it to be like 14,000%. That was literally one patch at the end of Diablo 3's life cycle, where it was this is like 4000% bonus. They tripled it. And that was the entire patch. They tripled all the numbers. And I had a friend that I was like, look at they're increasing the numbers by 3 times. Like, wow, I'm gonna go back and play. I'm like, are you retarded? But like they added like a bracer that also increased whirlwind damage by 500%. They added shoes that just kept doing these things and just like stacking how much damage all these things made. So this, in addition, also deleted like the entire system of like the skill system in the game, where you can choose skills and whatnot. And like you can have like when you're playing barbarian, you have like the war stomp. You can pick the fire rune, which makes it do 550% damage. Compared to your main damage dealing skill, which did like 300% maybe. That was a good skill, because you did 550%, which was double as much damage as you did in an attack, plus it's stun, plus it gave you fury. But then, now, all of a sudden, instead, Whirlwind does literally 10,000% damage, compared to 550% on Warstomp. So now, instead of having like a cool ability system with cooldowns and skills that do damage, and have like utility and shit, you only have passives. So you pick all of the skills that give you passive damage to increase Whirlwind's damage a little bit, like a War Shout or Magic Weapon as a Sorceress or whatever. Maybe a stun, but not necessarily a good idea, because just killing everything is just better. And they just kill the entire game. And you can't play it in a party anymore either, because the game only works if both players agree to never use legendary items. Because all the game is otherwise is one person finds one of these legendary items that's like Seismic Wave does 500% more damage, and then he literally one-shots the entire game on the hardest difficulty, and you're just like running after, just looting things, because you can't do damage on anything, but the guy is one-shotting everything. So like the game is just absolutely completely destroyed, and there are still more things wrong with it. Like, it's such an absolute mess, and it makes me legit mad, because I actually like the way it was pushing the ARPG genre compared to other games like Path of Exile. Like there are almost no ARPGs, but it's so bad. So bad. Anyway, there used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosia. Halfstone, it was called.
Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations.
And as I posted on Twitter, they actually released a patch that halved all of the monsters present on the maps in the game. That was a real patch, yes.
If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
Oh. The game ran fine. Like, there was no problem. I don't know why they did it. It was like their servers were being taxed too much or something. I don't know, dude.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
Single player like this game, yeah.
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
It is. All MMOs are single-player games.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe.
That's Sid's voice actor.
This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
I don't know, I like green people.
At once, Admiral.
I don't like his hair, though. It's literally got zoomer hair.
And
He looks
then
like
there is
Doug's
the small
avatar.
matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
But we have to end there. It's a little bit early, but I have some things I gotta do. And I was hoping to do Leviathan before we stopped, but we ended up ranting about Diablo 3 for like half an hour. But yeah. One of my biggest issues with MMOs is that they are single player. Almost every single one. The only ones that aren't are like super old school games like, I don't know, EverQuest, where the game is just about grinding monsters. Because then you can actually like form parties and like grind harder. Or like Final Fantasy 11, there you would have an archer that would just, his entire job would just be to aggro monsters into your circle. Why could RuneScape not have lasted for 2 months? Because it's single player and dog shit. I don't understand how these people can play it. What's wrong with them? The Australians are all playing it 24/7. Fucking don't get it. But then again, I've gone back to play Ragnarok Online like 40 times in my lifetime. I guess I have some understanding. Nevertheless, tomorrow's probably gonna be a bit of a late stream because pizza day. We'll see. Alright, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye 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 bye.